ओके, अभी हम शुरू करेंगे। ओके, अभी हम शुरू करेंगे। ओके, नमस्कार मित्रों सभी को। नमस्ते टू एवरीवन। अभी हम शुरू करेंगे। सबका स्वागत है सबसे पहले तो। ये एक अलग टाइप का लाइव है और ये थोड़ा एक्सपेरिमेंट है ऑन माय पार्ट। मैं थोड़ा ये बहुत दिन से करना चाहता था एंड बट ऐसा लगता था कभी कभी कि मेरा नॉलेज बहुत लिमिटेड है एंड अभी भी है। मैं कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ इन सब चीज़ों का। आई एम जस्ट अ स्टूडेंट। सो अगर मेरे से कोई गलती हो, मेरे से कोई कोई गलत फैक्ट बताया जाए या फिर ऐसा कुछ भी हो तो प्लीज़ फॉरगिव मी एंड फील फ्री टू करेक्ट मी बिकॉज वी आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स हियर। सो सबसे पहले तो ये बात करेंगे कि मैंने ये करने का सोचा क्यों। तो जब से मैं एक्सपोज हुआ हूँ हमारे कल्चरल आर्ट को, तो मैंने ये चीज़ हमेशा नोटिस की थी कि हमारी जो भी मूर्तियाँ हैं, जो भी डिज़ाइन है, इनमें एक समानता है, इनमें एक सिस्टम है। ये ऐसा सिस्टम है जो हमें नोटिस होता है, नोटिस नहीं होता, बट हम समझते हैं क्योंकि देयर इज़ अ कॉमनैलिटी। अगर आप नॉर्थ से साउथ तक भारत में जाएंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि एक सिमिलैरिटी है हर एक कल्चरल आर्ट में, या फिर हमारे जो देवी देवता हैं, डेइटीज़ हैं, इनकी जो मूर्तियां हैं, मूर्तियों में जो सिंबोलिज्म है, जो आइकन्स का जो स्टोरी टेलिंग है उसमें, उनमें एक सिमिलैरिटी दिखाई देती है। तो ये सिमिलैरिटी के पीछे क्या रीज़न है, ये मैं हमेशा ढूंढने का प्रयत्न करता था कि हाउ इज़ इट दैट पूरा मतलब इन द होल स्पैन ऑफ इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट, पूरे 4-5 हज़ार किलोमीटर के जो दायरे में, एवरीवेयर यू फाइंड दिस सिमिलैरिटी। तो ये कौन सा सूत्र है जो इन सभी अलग अलग एलिमेंट्स को बांध के रखता है? एंड दैट इज़ व्हेन माय जर्नी स्टार्टेड ऑफ एक्सप्लोरिंग आइकोनोग्राफी। तो आइकोनोग्राफी एक 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 फील्ड ऑफ स्टडी है बेसिकली, ये ऐसा है फील्ड जो अलग अलग जो सिंबल्स होते हैं, जैसे कोई तलवार हो गया, त्रिशूल हो गया, अ, कोई भी एक सिंबॉलिक नेचर का जो एक आइकॉन होता है, उसके पीछे कोई ना कोई तो मीनिंग होता है, कोई ना कोई तो स्टोरी होती है, कोई तो सिंबोलिज्म होता है। तो ऐसे आइकॉन्स की स्टडी को आइकोनोग्राफी कहते हैं। तो अभी हमारे कल्चर में, हमारे संस्कृति में काफ़ी सारे मैंने ऐसे सिंबल्स नोटिस किए हैं जो बहुत कॉमन मिलते हैं। अम, हमारे देवी देवताओं के जो भी प्रतिमाएं होती हैं, उन प्रतिमाओं में बहुत सारी चीज़ें कॉमन हमें दिखाई देती हैं। कोई नूस जैसा चीज़ हो गया, कोई मुदगर किसी के हाथ में हुआ, कोई त्रिशूल किसी के हाथ में होता है, कोई धनुष होता है, कोई बाण होता है। इन सब चीज़ें क्यों होती हैं किसी के हाथ में? इसके पीछे का कारण क्यों होता है? जो भी मूर्तिकार था या फिर जो भी वो चित्रकार था, उसने क्या सोच के वो उनके हाथ में रखा? क्या कहना चाहते थे वो उस ऑब्जेक्ट की प्लेसमेंट से? यही सबसे बड़ी मिस्ट्री है। अभी अगर हम किसी मूर्ति को भक्ति भाव से देखते हैं, तो इन सारी चीज़ों को हम ज़्यादा कंसिडर करते नहीं हैं शायद, विच इज़ फाइन। हर एक का अपना देखने का दृष्टिकोण होता है। तो मेरा पूरा परस्यूट यही था कि लेट्स ट्राई टू गो बियॉन्ड द व्हाट वी कैन सी, राइट? तो जब मैंने डिगिंग करना शुरू किया, देन आई फाउंड आउट कि देयर इज़ अ लॉट टू हाउ ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर डिज़ाइंड। तो अभी नवरात्रि का समय शुरू है, तो इसी बहाने मैंने सोचा कि लेट्स टेक द लीप। तो मैंने थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्च की, कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें थी जो मैं बहुत दिन से एक्सप्लोर कर रहा था, बट कभी समराइज़ नहीं कर पाया। तो मैंने उसको समराइज़ करके अरेंज किया, जो जो मेन मुद्दे थे उसको इसमें लिया, एंड देन आई डिसाइडेड कि लेट्स डू अ लाइव ऑन दिस, एंड वी विल, मेरी स्टाइल में, कि हम पहले फ़िलोसॉफ़ी को समझेंगे, फिर पूरी प्रोसेस को देखेंगे कि ये आइकोनोग्राफी डिज़ाइन करने का आइडिया शुरू कहाँ से होता है, एंड हाउ इट इज़ एक्चुअली डन। मतलब एक्चुअली मैं प्रैक्टिकली उसको करके दिखाऊंगा, या फिर ट्राई करूंगा, खुद भी देखूंगा कि हाउ वेल आई कैन डू दैट। तो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द बेसिक फिलॉसफी। तो क्या है कि हमारे इधर बहुत सारे पुराण हैं, बहुत सारी पौराणिक कथाएं हैं। हर एक पुराण में किसी भी कोई तो हमारे जो भी देवी देवता हैं, उनसे रिलेटेड अलग अलग कहानियां हैं, कथाएं हैं, जो बहुत से लोग उनको माइथोलॉजी कहते हैं। मैं उनको माइथोलॉजी नहीं कहता। दे आर काइंड ऑफ फिलोसॉफिकल टेक्स्ट्स जो आपको जो आपको सिंबल्स के थ्रू कोई भी कथा को एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, या फिर एक ह्यूमन कंडीशन को एक्सप्लेन करते हैं और उसके ऊपर का सॉल्यूशन देते हैं। जैसे देवी का भी जो पूरा स्टोरी है, इसके पीछे ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट ऐसा लगता है कि ये कोई तो एक माइथोलॉजिकल टेल है, किसी ने तो इमेजिन किया है, कोई तो फोक टेल है। ऐसी तरीके की चीज़ें हम इसे अस्क्राइब करते हैं, बट व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड डिगिंग डीप इनटू इट, तो मैंने ये पाया कि दीज आर एक्चुअली स्टोरीज ऑफ ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी, या फिर जो कॉग्निटिव। I'm afraid I couldn't find anything about that. Siri is listening to me. ओके। तो ये कॉग्निटिव स्टोरीज हैं, बिहेवियरल स्टोरीज है, ह्यूमन बिहेवियर से रिलेटेड ये सारी स्टोरीज हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं पर ये एक भाषा है अपने आप में। अगर आप इस भाषा को समझेंगे, इफ़ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कौन सा सिंबल का अर्थ क्या है, कौन सी देवी क्या रिप्रेजेंट करती है, कौन से देवता क्या रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, कौन से असुर क्या रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, तो you can actually understand the human element behind that. तो उससे मैंने थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा तो मुझे समझ में आया कि देर इज़ अ कॉन्सेप्ट कॉल्ड आदि दैविक एंड आदि भौतिक. तो आदि भौतिक या आदि लौकिक, यू कैन करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग ऑन दैट. So there is a Adi Devik perspective of looking at things, and there is a Adi Bhautik or Adi Lokik way of looking at things. In the Devik perspective, you see the divine in it. You see the miracle in it. You see the inhumane, energetic idea of something divine. जो भी मतलब देविक हो रहा है, जो probably फिजिक्स में पॉसिबल ना हो, ऐसी चीज़ें हो रही हैं, जैसे 10 हाथ होना. तो दैट इज़ नॉट फिजिकली पॉसिबल फॉर अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, बट वो हमारे मूर्ति में दिखता है. तो दैट इज़ लाइक अ देविक पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ लुकिंग एट थिंग्स. अदर पर्सपेक्टिव जो है वो लौकिक या फिर भौतिक लेवल का पर्सपेक्टिव, मतलब फ्रॉम अ ह्यूमन पर्सपेक्टिव वो क्या डिनोट कर रहा है. तो दैट इज़ व्हाट वी विल काइंड ऑफ फिगर आउट. Okay, I think let me see some comments before I start. So live chat में मकर आर्टिस्ट कहते हैं नमस्कार, नमस्ते भाई, आपका स्वागत है. देव, वेलकम, नमस्ते. वो बोल रहे हैं कि आई यूज़ टू फॉलो ग्रेट आर्ट एक्सप्लेन्ड टू अंडरस्टैंड डिफरेंट ग्लोबल आर्ट, बट हमारे इंडिक कल्चरल आर्ट वाली एक चैनल की कमी थी. गुड टू सी दिस चैनल. वेल, थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड वाचिंग. वेल, आई एम ट्राइंग. मैं कोई बहुत बड़ा एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, बट आई एम जस्ट अ स्टूडेंट जस्ट एज यू ऑल, एंड आई थिंक वी आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स. वी शुड अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर आर्ट इज़, बिकॉज देखो इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि भारतीय संस्कृति जो भी आज एग्जिस्टेंस में है, इट इज़ ऑल इन आर्ट फॉर्म्स. हमारे मंदिर दे आर आर्ट फॉर्म्स, हमारे टेक्सटाइल्स दे आर आर्ट फॉर्म्स, हमारी मूर्तियाँ हमारे दे आर आर्ट फॉर्म्स, हमारे लोकगीत, संगीत, these are all art forms. So our culture is entirely in the form of art. हमारी कोई उस समय की जो साइंटिफिक अचीवमेंट्स थी, दे डोंट एग्जिस्ट मच. आर्कियोलॉजिकली कुछ मिलता होगा तो मिलता होगा, बट दैट टेल्स यू अबाउट द द द द द the what can you say, the technology of the time. But art tells you about the people of those times and what was important for them. So that is why art is important. Okay, so now we'll move on to the philosophy, the basic philosophy. क्या होती है? तो बेसिक फिलोसफी पौराणिक कोई भी स्टोरी से शुरू होती है. तो अगर कोई भी हम पौराणिक स्टोरी उठाएंगे तो ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट लुक्स लाइक सम माइथोलॉजिकल टेल जिसका कोई ज़्यादा सेंस बनता नहीं है, बट you have to decode it in certain ways. Now, what is the ways to decode that? First, we must understand. अभी ये मेरे इंटरप्रिटेशन है, प्रॉबली इससे अलग भी कुछ हो सकता है, बट व्हाट आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड, आई थिंक इट मेक्स क्वाइट अ बिट ऑफ सेंस, दैट हमारे यहाँ पे एक चीज़ बोला जाता है कि यत पिंडे, ओके, यत पिंडे तद ब्रह्मांडे. सो व्हाट इज़ इन द यूनिवर्स इज द सेम इन आवर बॉडी. तो वो एक सेल्फ सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट हमारे यहाँ चलता है कि whatever there is one algorithm that keeps on repeating itself in different levels. So जो हमारी जो हमारा पैंथियन है भगवानों का, देवताओं का, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि these represent elements of our consciousness, different layers of our consciousness. जैसे इंद्र का दरबार जब हम बोलते हैं तो इंद्र is the word Indra basically. If you look at Sanskrit dictionary, any Sanskrit dictionary we can take. Okay, so let's look at Indra, what Indra means. Indra. So इंद्र जो ये वर्ड है, ये एक और वर्ड से बहुत सिमिलर है, इंद्रिया. इंद्रिया, so sense, organ, force, power, vigor of limbs, part of body. तो ऐसे आपको बहुत सारे सिमिलैरिटीज मिलेंगे. तो मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि हमारे सारे जो देवी देवता हैं, दीज आर ऑल एलिमेंट्स ऑफ आवर कॉन्शियसनेस. अलग अलग हमारे कॉन्शियसनेस को ये रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं. शिवा इज द हाइएस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस. Brahma is the creative part of the consciousness. Vishnu is a different part that kind of maintains these two. He is the one who stabilizes these two parts of consciousness. So Agni, Vayu, जो वैदिक पैंथियन है, दैट इज डिफरेंट लेयर्स ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस. और इंद्र का दरबार जब कोई बोलता है, तो इंद्र का दरबार इज बेसिकली इंद्र इज ही इज द लॉर्ड ऑफ ऑल द ऑर्गन्स ऑफ द बॉडी. जो भी इंद्रियां होती है हमारी, he is the lord of all that and he represents power. He has the power. बहुत बार हमने ये ऐसी स्टोरी अभी देखी हैं जो जिसमें इंद्र becomes very egotistical, then he gets defeated, and then he has to go to Vishnu, Shiva, to ask for help. Then they help him out. So if you decode the layers of this whole story, then what you can interpret it as is Indra is basically the sense organs. So when Indra loses control of his kingdom, basically, which means when he loses control of all the sense organs, when you lose control over your organs, उसके बाद आपको अगर उसमें, then what happens is asuras take over. The asuric pravrittis within you, your vices. I think there are 6 kind of vices that are shown, like jealousy, anger, lust. Those kinds of vices are asuric tendencies. Then those take over. When those take over, then you have no other option. All the devas lose their power. Devas are basically your the shakti in your organs. So they lose the power, and then the only way they can get their power back is by going to Vishnu or going to Shiva. So you understand what they are trying to say. Going to Shiva basically means raising your consciousness to that level. Going to Shiva basically means you kind of get your consciousness in your control. You that वैसी ideas होती है इसमें. और ज़्यादातर हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे जो तपस्वी जो होते हैं, दे गेट अ बून फ्रॉम ब्रह्मा. सो ब्रह्मा से जब आशीर्वाद मिलता है, उसका अर्थ ये होता है कि क्रिएटिवली यू पुट इन अ लॉट ऑफ तपस्या. आपने बहुत सारी तपस्या की किसी एक चीज़ को लेकर. यू प्रैक्टिस्ड अ लॉट इन अ सर्टेन फील्ड, in a certain subject, and then Brahma kind of blessed you. So Brahma blessing you basically means you attain certain siddhis, but getting certain siddhis doesn't mean you have conquered all other senses. आपका ईगो भी आपके रास्ते में आ सकता है, आपका एंगर भी आपके रास्ते में आ सकता है, आपका अहंकार. And we have seen so many such stories, right? So these stories, I think, represent a cognitive uh, overview of human condition. और उसको मूर्ति में क्यों लाया गया, ये हम आगे जाके देखेंगे, क्योंकि there is a text which is called विष्णु धर्मोत्तर पुराण. उसमें क्लियरली दिया गया है कि why मूर्तिज were needed. Okay, so let's start with this. So before starting, I would like to chant a mantra. We'll for the Devi. So let's do this. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Okay, so now here we are. I think you can see the screens. We are on chapter 2, the slaughter of Mahishasura's army. So this is from the website Devi Mahatmya. So first, I think one of the oldest references of Devi comes in the Devi Mahatmya. This is also referred at Durga Saptashati, Chandi part. Or so when you go through this, you have this story that is given. So when you go through this story, you see all those kinds of things. So long ago, when Mahisha was chief of the Asuras and Indra was chief of the gods, there was a war between their forces for a full 100 years. So we'll read this first and then we'll decode it, kind of. The valorous Asuras vanquished the army of the gods, and after all were conquered, Mahisha became lord of the heaven. Then, led by Brahma, the lord of beings, the defeated gods went to Vishnu and Shiva and related in detail what had happened. The 30 gods told how Mahishasura had wrought their defeat. He has usurped the authority of Surya, Indra, Agni, Vayu, Chandra, and of Yama, Varuna, and all others. Cast out from heaven by the evil Mahisha, all the multitudes of God wander over the earth as mere mortals. We have related all that this foe of gods has done, and we seek refuge in you. Be pleased to devise a means for his destruction. So इसमें क्या हो रहा है कि सारे जो देवता है उनको हराया गया है महिषा से. So Indra was also defeated, and then through the help of Brahma they go to Vishnu and Shiva, and they ask them, Vishnu and Shiva, to defeat Mahishasura. So he has usurped the authority of Surya, Indra, Agni, Vayu, Chandra, Yama. So you see all these elements, different gods, different deities of the Vedic times. He has usurped the authority. He has taken power from these gods. So basically he rules the consciousness now. He rules the consciousness of whatever, it is. This is like a story of consciousness, of the things that happen within us. So जब आप अपने इंद्रियों का कंट्रोल खो जाते हैं, when you act impulsively, when you follow your ego more than your reason, more than your logic, that is when you can say that he has usurped the authority of Surya, Indra, Agni, Vayu. So all your indriyas don't work for you, they act impulsively. तो इसका अर्थ ये हो सकता है, cast out from heaven by the evil Mahisha, all the multitudes of gods wander over the earth as mere mortals. तो gods की power यहाँ पे चली जाती है, तो they become mere mortals and the evil Mahisha takes over. We have related all that this foe of the gods has done, and we seek refuge in you. Be pleased to devise a means for his destruction. तो ये शिवा और विष्णु को बोल रहे हैं. शिवा और विष्णु जब ये सुनते हैं, heard the entreaties of the gods, they knit their brows in fury and contorted their faces. Whereupon a great radiance came forth from Vishnu's rage filled with countenance, and so too from Brahma's and Shiva's, and from the Indra's body, and from the bodies of all the other gods, a very great light issued, and it united and became one. The gods saw before them a peak of light like a mountain blazing brightly and pervading the sky in every direction with its flames. Unequaled light born from the bodies of all the gods coalesced into a female form and pervaded the three worlds in splendor. From Shiva's light came that which formed the Devi's face. Yama's radiance formed her hair, and Vishnu's effluence became her arms. तो इसमें हमको ये दिखाया जा रहा है, हमको ये बताया जा रहा है कि हमारी जो हायर कॉन्शियसनेस के लेयर्स हैं, उसको उसके छोटे छोटे अंश लेके ये फॉर्म बनता है, या फिर ये शक्ति का उद्भव होता है. So when you touch that layer of consciousness, that is when you get these ideas, this higher level of awareness. ये आपको शक्ति अलग से मिलती है. The moon god's soft light formed her breasts, and Indra's brilliance became her waist. Varuna's light became her legs. Earth's splendor formed her hips. Her feet took the shape from Brahma's light and her toes from Surya's brilliance. अभी इसको भी हम डिकोड करते बैठेंगे तो there it will take hundreds of hours, because ब्रह्मा ही क्यों बोल रहे हैं, ब्रह्मा के टोज ही क्यों बोल रहे हैं, ब्रह्मा's light to toes ही क्यों बोल रहे हैं, इसका अलग अलग मतलब लगाया जा सकता है, but we don't really have time for that, so we'll just keep on moving. So like this, what happens is she is formed by different parts of all the different gods. Then, beholding her who appeared from out of their amassed light, all those gods tormented by Mahisha rejoiced. तो जो भी देवता tortured थे, oppressed थे महिषा से, then they rejoice. So kind of your senses are rejoicing because you are gaining control again. So when you go into a meditative state, आप impulsive action से more conscious action की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. तो जब conscious आपका action होने लगता है, तो you gain more control over your body, how you feel, how your emotions come through. जब वो होता है, there is a general sense of happiness because you have control over yourself. So I think that is what they are trying to say here. Then the gods bestowed on her their weapons and adornments. From his trident, Shiva drew forth another and gave it to her. And Vishnu bestowed a discus spun out of his horn. Varuna gave her a conch. Agni, the eater of oblations, gave her a spear. Vayu, the wind god, presented a bow and 2 quivers filled with arrows. Extracting a thunderbolt from his own, Indra, the lord of the immortals, the all-seeing one, gave it to her, along with a bell from his elephant Airavat. From his staff of death, Yama produced another staff, and Varuna, the lord of waters, gave a noose. Brahma, the lord of beings. तो ये अलग अलग लोग अलग अलग चीज़ें देते हैं. तो these are the things basically, excuse me, जो हम देवी दुर्गा के iconography या फिर मूर्ति में देखते हैं. तो these are all the different aspects. Let me check the comments. Okay, there are not many comments. Okay, I think we'll continue then. Okay. तो उसके बाद the Devi laughed thunderously and defiantly again and again. She filled the entire sky with her terrible roar, and from the immeasurable din, a great echo resounded. All the world shook, and the ocean churned, the earth quaked, and the mountains heaved. In joy, the gods exclaimed, "Victory to the lion-mounted Devi!" and the bodies bowed in devotion. The sages praised her. When the enemies of God saw the 3 worlds in upheaval, they readied all their forces for battle and rose up as one, with weapons held high. Aha! What is this? Mahishasura bellowed in wrath. Surrounded by countless asuras, he rushed towards the sound, and then beheld the Devi, who pervaded the 3 worlds with her radiance, bending the earth under her dread, scraping the sky with her diadem, shaking all the nether regions with her resonance of her bowstring, and standing there, penetrating every direction with her 1,000 arms. Thereupon the battle began between Devi and the enemies of the gods. Swords and missiles, hurled in every direction, lit up the quarters of the sky. Now there are a lot of these anecdotes about how the war happened and how different kinds of asuras came in different forms in front of the Devi, and they kind of fought her, and all kinds of war happened. So all those things happened. But she, the Devi Chandika, showered down all manner of weapons, and cut through their ornaments as if in play. Praised by gods and seers, she remained serene. Now, this is a critical part. I think I want you to remember this. Even while unleashing her weapons at the Asura's bodies, her lion mount, shaking its mane in fury, stalked among the demon throngs as fire rages through a forest. The sighs that Ambika heaved while fighting became at once her legions by the hundreds and thousands. They fought with axes, javelins, swords, etc. Then the Devi, with her trident club and volley of spears, with swords and other weapons, slew great Asuras by the hundreds, and brought down still more with the confounding din of her bell, binding other Asuras with her noose. So you can see that she is using each thing given by each Deva. Each Deva gave her a certain kind of weapon, so she is using each of them to fight different kinds of Asuras. It's like a great action scene, but you have to understand the subtle layer of what they are trying to say. Her sword stroke slashed others into two, while crushing blows from her mace brought still more down. So then all these things go on happening, and then you come towards the end. Torrents of blood like mighty rivers gushed from elephants, asuras. So they all died. They were all killed. And Ambika led that vast legion of foes to its destruction as quickly as fire consumes a heap of straw and wood. And her lion, roaring thunderously and shaking its mane, prowled about in search of life, breath still issuing from the enemy's bodies. And then her war is her war. Okay, so did the Devi's host wage war against the Asuras, so also did the gods in heaven shower down flowers upon in praise. So that's basically the complete story of Mahishasuramardini and Vada of the Asuras. But now let's understand the cognitive layer, the lokic or the bhautik layer of the whole thing. So this is the whole story told again. Now this is the interpretation. Okay, so this is one of the interpretations that is attached to this. So how they explain this, it's a short section, we'll quickly pass through it. This chapter, which completes the battle narrative begun previously, falls into two halves consisting of verses 1 through 20, 21 through 44. The underlying theme of the first half is the ease with which Durga and her lion counter the strenuous efforts of Mahishasura's general, whom they defeated one by one. Now, pay attention to this. This allegory tells us that the dharma which the Devi upholds is the natural state of affairs, and that the asuras, the negative impulses arising from the ego, are in a sense swimming against the current. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but we'll dive deeper later on. Durga is said to be as immune to attack as Mount Meru, a mythological mountain made of gold and gems that stands at the center of the world. The planets revolve around it. Brahma dwells on its summit, and its slopes are home to the paradises of Vishnu and Krishna. Ganga is said in her heavenly descent to fall upon its peak and then flow downward to the earth. Durga's unassailability is such that Chiksura's swift, sharp arrows raining upon her pose no more of a threat than the gentle rain falling on the summit of the holy mountain. So it goes on saying how Chiksura is not so invulnerable though. Lightning speed, Ma Durga counterattacks his bow, then all the fight happens. But nothing works on Devi as she is indestructible. The Here Chikrasura's character is described, how he is, and it's explained how he attacks. He attacks with lances and different kinds of attacks. So here is an important point. Red with rage and his blazing lance, which he flings with great effort as though he were hurling the very sun from the sky, reminds us of the rajasic quality of the struggle. But his heroic exertion is no match for the Devi, who with a single throw of her lance destroys him and his weapon. So here they are trying to say that whenever there are rajasic impulses within you, you can destroy them with the Shakti that you gain from Devi Upasana, and you can easily destroy it with one shot. Like this kind of rajasic impulses won't have any effect on you if you are aligned with this Shakti. In the next 4 verses, Mahishasura's other mighty generals meet their destruction, like those previously defeated. These also have names. These are other names. So how these names also represent ideas. Now Karala, gaping mouthhead; Uddhata, arrogant and rude; Tamra, oppressing; Andhaka, morally blind; Ugrasya, fierce faced; Ugravirya, brutally strong; Durdhara, bearing evil; Durmukha, foul mouth. So you have to also think about what names are being given to these people, because Sanskrit has a way of describing the meaning through the names itself, because the names themselves are based on dhatu verb forms. When those dhatus come together and they form a word, that's when it becomes a noun or other kinds of word forms. But in the basis of it, it's found, it's made up of dhatus. Okay. As for Durga's characterization, twice in this episode emphasizes her maternal nature by calling her Ambika. Verse 3.9 introduces the name Bhadrakali, the auspicious dark one. Although this goddess's historical background is sketchy, in the Katha Griya Sutra, Bhadrakali appears as benign or propitious aspect of Kali invoked in a household worship. So they are telling the origins of the name Bhadrakali and how she is seen as a mother. A modern portrayal with 3 eyes still conforms to the epithet of three-eyed Trinetra. So the second half contains Ma Durga's defining moment, her defeat of Mahishasura, who is described as a wrathful beast with formidable power. That description serves as an eloquent cautionary metaphor. I'll read again. That description serves as an eloquent cautionary metaphor, because Mahisha's anger jolts heaven and earth. Your anger, when you are angry, it shakes you. You can't think with reason. It shakes your own heaven and earth. You don't understand where your ground is. You don't understand what the sky is. You just are angry and ruins everything in its path. And not even the gentle clouds are immune to his pernicious fury. Such fury is purely negative expression of rajas. So I think many of you might have heard that there are 3 gunas, that sattva, rajas and tamas. So rajas is a form of overexcitement, anger, and those kinds of very hyper violent kind of tendencies. So those are called rajas tendencies. To meet its challenge, the Devi heightens her own rajas. But while Mahisha's rage controls him, the Devi is completely under control. So you can see, to take on rajasic tendencies within yourself, you have to be equally rajasic in response. But while at the same time you have to control your rajas, means it should not go beyond your control and destroy everything about yourself. So that is the kind of messaging over here. Now consider human anger, individually and collectively, depending on the choices we make. It can manifest either as a destructive rage or as a righteous indignation that counters evil. You can see this. You can always channelize your anger into something constructive. If you have observed this, if you're angry at something, there are two options usually that you have. You can either react to it, or you can let that anger settle. You can decide what exactly the source of the problem is, and then you can channelize that anger and use that as your weapon to push you towards completing a certain task. That is what they are kind of trying to say here. Now, in combat, Mahishasur undergoes series of metamorphoses, and as long as he continues to mutate from buffalo to lion to man to elephant and back to buffalo, Ma Durga does not slay him. While this play goes on, her weapons appear ineffectual. Each time she delivers what should be a fatal blow, Mahisha eludes destruction by changing form. The buffalo demon becomes intoxicated by his own might, no doubt bolstered by his evasive ability, and in response, Durga drinks a potion that reddens her eyes and flushes her face with inebriation. Note again the Rajasic symbolism. When she declares her intention to slay him and the final struggle begins in earnest, the text mirrors this change of attitude by three times employing the name Chandika in connection with her wrathful determination to slay her adversary. Ma Durga triumphs over Mahisha only when he is forced to reveal his true form. Her act of pinning down his neck underfoot is a potent metaphor, because even today in English, to pin down means to find out, to ascertain, or to determine. From this point on, there will be no more evasion. Now we will go on to the final stage of decoding, to understanding this whole story in the Lokic Bhautik form. It is a psychological truth that an unidentified underlying state of mental disease can manifest within a range of dysfunctional behavior or even as physical symptoms without an apparent organic cause. तो ये यहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं कि कोई भी एक डिसफंक्शनल बिहेवियरल इशू, कोई भी एक बिहेवियरल प्रॉब्लम बिना कोई ऑर्गेनिक कॉज के अपीयर हो सकता है. In drastic cases of psychosomatic illnesses, there are accounts of blindness being cured by a cathartic experience such as faith healing, only to be replaced later by another impairment such as deafness or paralysis. Until the underlying cause is ascertained, the problem evades proper treatment. That principle applies as much to behavioral and psychosomatic pathologies as to normal existential uneasiness that underlines and sometimes pollutes the conduct of our daily lives. Even though our ordinary conduct may be far from crossing over the line into pathology, as individuals we react irrationally to certain situations, repeating the same non-productive patterns of behavior time and time again. Until the true cause is pinned down, we remain subject to unsettling influences. Our mental state may mirror Suratha's and Samadhi's confusion and despair of Mahishasura's overwhelming rage. Let's finish this whole part and then we'll discuss. The symbology of slaying casts more light on the process of spiritual awakening. Ma Durga's piercing of Mahisha's side with her spear represents penetrating light of understanding. It forces the demon to emerge in his real form. So, as I said before, there are 6 passions, or 6 different, I forgot the word, but let's take 6 passions for now. Hindu teaching identifies 6 passions which are universal to human experience. There is desire, anger, greed, pride, jealousy, delusion, along with other forms of ignorance such as fear, shame, prejudice. And like a protein Mahishasura and his attendant demons, these present themselves in an interacting array that are exceedingly difficult to deal with until recognized for what they really are. Desire, kama, is in the broadest sense of any kind of longing for sensory gratification. मतलब हमारी जो इंद्रियां होती है उनको तृप्त करने के लिए हम desire का उद्भव होता है. Basically, if you want to eat some tasty food, if you want to have a certain kind of intimacy with a different person, अगर आपको कोई देखने के लिए कोई चीज़ देखने के लिए बहुत एक्साइटमेंट हो रहा है, basically you are trying to satisfy your five senses, your eyes, your taste, your touch. All these are different senses that you are trying to satisfy. This whole idea is the desire. This is the kama. The sensory gratification includes material wealth or power. Inherent in it is the sense of deficiency, limitation. मतलब जब तक आपको लगता है कि आपके पास कुछ कम है, तभी आप बाहर की कोई चीज़ को लेके उसके पीछे भागेंगे. When you yourself feel कि मैं अंदर से कुछ अधूरा हूँ, मुझ में कुछ कमी है, तभी आप बाहर देखेंगे उस कमी को भरने के लिए. बट आप कभी ये नहीं ढूंढ पाएंगे कि कमी आपके अंदर है. वो कमी आपकी चित्त बुद्धि इससे आ रही है, उसमें वो कमी है, बाहर नहीं है. ये चीज समझना is basically understanding who the real Mahishasur is. Because all these demons come in different forms. Mahishasur himself comes in different forms. But to pin him down, to understand what the actual source of the issue is, that is the real level of consciousness that you have to reach to. Any desire is ultimately the desire for wholeness. This is what I was saying, that you want to feel whole, complete. You want to feel complete, and you always feel that something is incomplete within me. मेरे पास पैसे कम है, या फिर मेरे पास वो गाड़ी नहीं है, मेरे पास वो बंगला नहीं है, मुझे वो लड़की पसंद है, उस लड़के के पास वो लड़की जाती है, मुझे you understand what I'm saying? That kind of feeling, that looking somewhere outside to feel whole inside, that is the idea behind kama or desire. When thwarted, it may turn to anger. So this is what happens. You can see that अगर आपसे किसी ने कोई चीज़ छीन ली, या फिर you are held back from getting some material benefit or some kind of benefit, like being with or eating something. आपने अगर बच्चों को भी देखा, छोटे छोटे जो बच्चे होते हैं, उनसे आप कोई स्वीट छीन लोगे तो वो रोने लगते हैं. तो दैट रोना इज बेसिकली एंगर, इट्स क्रोध. पैराडॉक्सिकली, व्हेन ग्रेटिफाइड, इट मे बिकम इन्फ्लेम्ड इनटू ग्रीड, लोभा. तो अगर आपने किसी को पैसा दे दिया, अगर आपने किसी की इच्छा पूर्ति कर दी, तो उसको और चाहिए होता है. तो दे वांट मोर एंड मोर एंड मोर. इट्स लाइक there is no end to it, because you're not actually addressing the main issue, that you are incomplete from within, whereas you're trying to complete yourself from things that are on the outside of yourself. Excessive, insatiable want, ऐसी भूख जो कभी मिट ही नहीं सकती, because the ego by its very nature remains deficient. तो ये बहुत डीप चीज बोली है इन्होंने यहाँ पर, कि ईगो बाय इटसेल्फ इज लिमिटेड विद इन द बॉडी. जब आप अपने ईगो से आइडेंटिफाइड होते हैं, तो आप आपके बॉडी के बियॉन्ड सोच नहीं पाते. आपकी इंद्रियों के सुखों के बाहर आप सोच नहीं पाते. सो आपकी पूरी एग्जिस्टेंस इज अबाउट सेटिस्फाइंग द इंद्रियस. यू वांट सेंसरी, टेस्ट का प्लेजर आपको चाहिए, आपको अलग अलग खाना ट्राई करना है, आपको अलग अलग एक्सपीरियंसेस लेने हैं. यू वांट sexual pleasures, you want different kinds of sensory टच के प्लेजर्स चाहिए, सुनने वाले प्लेजर्स, आपको अलग अलग अच्छी चीज़ें सुनना अच्छा लगता है. सो इसेंशली ईगो इज लिमिटेड इन टू द बॉडी. No amount of gratification can fill the void. Additionally, fixation on ego manifests as pride. जब आप बहुत अपनी बॉडी से आइडेंटिफाइड होते हैं कि यार मेरी बॉडी देख, look at my body, how good it looks. So you become obsessed with yourself. You are prideful about yourself. You don't see anything else around you but yourself. You see everyone else as lesser than what you are. आप सभी को अपने से कम सोचते हैं. A sense of superiority that in turn can engender feelings of jealousy, मात्सर्य. So जब आपको लगता है कि आप कम हैं और किसी के पास आपसे ज़्यादा कुछ है, तो then that gives rise to jealousy, मात्सर्य. Apprehensive resentment of prestige, possessions और good fortune of others. किसी और के साथ किसी ने कोई गाड़ी खरीद ली तो आपको आपको कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा उसने गाड़ी ली है या नहीं ली है, बट यू लुक एट हिम एंड यू फील यार यार मेरे पास भी होती तो यू नो इट वुड हैव बीन सो गुड. इवन इफ दिस इज देयर इट्स फाइन, बट बहुत मैंने देखा है कि लोग गाली देने लगते हैं कि यार इसने क्यों गाड़ी ली, इसको क्या करेगा ये गाड़ी लेके. हाँ, और दे आर genuinely angered or annoyed by the fact that somebody else has something more than they possess. So this is matsarya, apprehension, resentment of prestige, possessions, or good fortunes of others. All these entangled passions thrive in the atmosphere of delusion, moha. So you understand the whole point. All this creates an illusioned consciousness. You can't, आप इसके बाहर कोई चीज देख ही नहीं सकते. ये एक लेयर बन जाता है जिसके थ्रू आप पूरी दुनिया को देखते हैं. एक गाड़ी को आप बस एक गाड़ी की तरह नहीं देख सकते. यू सी इट एज समवन एल्सेस कार. यू सी some some food as something you cannot own. आप अपनी जो मन की जो फीलिंग्स होती हैं आप उस पे लाद देते हैं, and you see through this clouded vision. You don't see the things as they are essentially. That is called moha, which keeps us in denial of our true motivations. So हमको समझ में ही नहीं आता, हमको वो क्लैरिटी नहीं आती कि हम इस पृथ्वी पे हैं ही क्यों. Why do we exist? Because ये सारी जो distractions है हमारे आसपास, these all capture our mind, our thoughts 24/7. उसको वो एग्ज़ाम में वो पास हो गया, उसको वो पोस्ट मिल गई, मुझे क्यों नहीं मिली, उसको वो जॉब मिल गया, मुझे क्यों नहीं मिला, उसके पास इतना पैसा है, मेरे पास क्यों नहीं है. All these thoughts, and you ignore completely that आपके पास भी दो हाथ है, दो पैर हैं, you have a body, you have a breathing body, you have a consciousness of your own, and you can do something with it. But you ignore all that. This is what Maya is. Prevents us from seeing things the way they really are, and keeps our awareness be clouded by a false and finite sense of self. आप खुद को बहुत एक संकुचित नज़र से देखते हैं कि मैं बस एक शरीर हूँ, शरीर की जो प्लेजर्स हैं वही मेरा अस्तित्व है, इसी में मैं हूँ. आपने बहुत सारे लोगों को देखा होगा कि उनके डिस्कशन शुरू होते हैं, ये लड़की इसके साथ चली गई, वो लड़की उसके साथ चली गई, मुझे ये खाना नहीं मिला, मुझे वो जॉब नहीं मिला, and their whole life is trapped into this whole thing. उनका पूरा जीवन इसी में अटका रहता है. They're constantly thinking about some random things that they have no control over. This is a cognitive issue. This is a behavioral issue. This is a human issue. ये एक मानवीय वृत्ति है जो हम सब में होती है. And this is what we see here. Ma Durga's decapitating sword of knowledge allows us to discern between what appears as finite and fleeting and what is infinite and abiding. In practical terms, it distinguishes between the selfish, harmful impulses and the noble selflessness that promotes harmony and points towards unity. This allegory, directed at Suratha's concerns, hints at the theme of good and evil, which will be dealt in the next chapter. So we will not go into the next chapter, it's very very long. But हमारा point इतना ही था ये सब discuss करने का, this whole 1 hour that I took, to kind of reveal to you, to everyone, that our murtis, our devatas are designed psychology. They are visual tools for us to see, to get a message that you must rise beyond your impulses. You must rise beyond all these qualities. And how do you do that? Well, you do that by doing what Devi Durga does. What she is, you embody her. And how do you embody that? Well, there are hundreds of different techniques in our entire culture. There are hundreds of different sampradayas. All of those different sampradayas teach different kinds of techniques of the same thing. To do the same thing is to control your senses, is to have the devas within you take charge, so that the asuric tendencies, these asuric tendencies don't take control of you. ये आपको कंट्रोल ना करे, इसके लिए हमारा पूरा आध्यात्मिक, हमारा जो पूरा हिंदू धर्म, सनातन धर्म, जो भी आप कहें, इसका पूरा गोल यही है, to win over these impulses, to rise above this, to detach yourself from all these things and live your life. So मोक्ष का अर्थ यही होता है कि you rise up above all these things and you kind of live a life where you focus on your karmas. आपके जो कर्म है, आप उस पे ध्यान दें, without कोई detachment, without कोई attachment, without desiring something, without getting angry over unnecessary things, without greed about wanting more and more. And this all happens when you get into yoga. When you start doing yoga, when you get into yogic practices, these kinds of things happen automatically. आप कोई भी योग साधना, सात्विक जीवन जीने जब लगते हैं, तो ये सारी चीज़ें ऑटोमेटिक होती हैं. तो इफ़ यू go through Yoga Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali, then you can find all these things. So basically, the first line of Yoga Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali is Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Yoga is ceasing of properties of being, the Chit. Yoga is the union, surpassing the properties of it. Properties of being मतलब वृत्तियाँ. यही जो हमने बोला, these are vrittis. When you surpass these vrittis, then you're yogastha. Then the seer exists as itself. You just exist. आप अस्तित्व में रहते हैं. You just be. आप किसी के ऊपर कोई ओपिनियन नहीं डालते अपना, कोई चीज़ को लेकर unnecessary का, you don't see things through a lens. You just see things as they are. This is the whole process of yoga. So if you go through the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, this is what you find. The same thing that we discussed until now. Yoga Sutras has the same ideas, but in a more direct, in a more precise form. It's basically sutras, right? So sutras का अर्थ यही होता है कि बहुत concise हो, clear हो, and to the point हो. तो ये सूत्र फॉर्म में अगर आप योग सूत्र को एक्सप्लोर करेंगे तो you will find this. So here it is written, see, अभ्यास वैराग्याभ्याम तन्निरोधः the ceasing of properties of being come by practice and non-attachment. So when you practice yoga again and again, then the ceasing of vrittis, it happens. The continuous effort for a state of practice. तो आपको कंटिन्यूसली वो करते रहना है. You have to consistently practice yoga to kind of get over these vrittis. The non-attachment is a state of supreme awareness and dispassion from things perceived. When you are not attached to things, आप बस चीज़ों को देखेंगे without any thought about it. You just see it, you just observe it. आप चीज़ों को सुनेंगे जैसे वो सुनाई दे रहा है, जैसे वो कान पे आपके पड़ रहा है. उसके ऊपर कोई ओपिनियन देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. You just be there. And that is the ultimate state of chitti yoga, chitta vritti nirodha. The vrittis are nirodha, matlab they are mitigated, they are finished. That is the idea. That highest state of non-attachment occurs when there is freedom from influence of material nature. Exactly what we read here. The material nature traps you into this moha, this maya. So when you are free from that, when you are not attached to it, that is when you are free from it, and then you can decide where you want to focus your karmas. What is your dharma? That is when that clarity comes. When that clarity comes, you don't have to think about anything else. You just have to follow it. You have to do your karmas, basically. Single-minded focus on something that you want. To keep running, practice and non-attachment are like movement and balance of a running bicycle. To keep running, you must have to keep balance, and to make balance, you have to run, have to be running. So here they have described everything. I'm not going to go into this. We will jump to the art part very soon now. So stay tuned. So here they have given exactly. Now here it is more directly given, like an academic paper, like what you have to do, this. In this story, it is given in a more story form. So there is a thing in Natya Shastra. If you read Natya Shastra has this idea of how you make a drama effective in a theater where all different kinds of people are sitting. All different kinds of people with different layers of consciousness exist in a theater, right? So you have to entertain all those people. So Natya Shastra gives a very interesting idea to do that. So what they are saying, well, I'm reading an actual physical book, so you can just listen. Okay. In laying down the characteristics of a drama, the Natya Shastra has the following. This, the Natya, in brackets, teaches duty to those who have no sense of duty, love to those who are eager for its fulfillment, and it chastises those who are ill-bred or unruly, promotes self-restraint in those who are disciplined, gives courage to cowards, energy to heroic persons, enlightens men of poor intellect, and gives wisdom to the learned. This gives diversion to kings and firmness of mind to persons afflicted with sorrow, and hints of acquiring wealth to those who are for earning it, and it brings composure to persons agitated in the mind. The drama, as I have devised, is a mimicry of actions and conducts of people, which is rich in various emotions and which depicts different situations. This will relate to actions of men good, bad, and indifferent, and will give courage, amusement, and happiness as well as counsel to them all. This is the basis of all spiritual practices, knowingly or unknowingly, in Bharat. we have different forms of delivering the same message to the people, to those who are highly materialistic or mostly worship in the form of devotion. Their way of uh, becoming single minded is through devotion. तो जो लोग भक्ति भाव में संलिप्त होते हैं उनके लिए मूर्ति की रचना ज़्यादा अप्रोप्रिएट है। अगर आप उनके सामने शास्त्र लेके जाएंगे, अगर आप उनके सामने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड योगा प्रैक्टिसेस लेके जाएंगे तो शायद वो उसको समझ नहीं पाएंगे, बिकॉज उनका जो मन है वो मटीरियलिस्टिक चीज़ों में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है, वो भक्ति में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है, उनको उसमें ज़्यादा कनेक्शन फील होता है। तो उनके लिए अलग से एक पाथ बनाया हुआ है। फॉर दोज पीपल जो बहुत एनालिटिकल है, जो इंटेलेक्चुअल है, जो बहुत स्केप्टिकल है, उनके लिए योगा इज़ अ मोर सूटेबल प्रैक्टिस, बिकॉज एक इंटेलेक्चुअल आदमी, एक स्केप्टिकल आदमी का नेचुरली एक टेंडेंसी होता है टू आस्क कॉन्स्टेंट क्वेश्चंस, टू आस्क why this, why that, why this, why that. When that kind of person exists, he naturally will go towards yoga, because only there he can get the experience of the higher consciousness. आप वहाँ पे जाके एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे कि अपने अंदर खुद एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे what the difference is. So that is the whole idea. That is how it's different. So there are different paths for all different kinds of people. There are yajnas for someone, there are daily rituals for someone, there is, so everyone based on their respective tendencies आप अपना अपना path choose कर सकते हैं. So that is what our way of designing this whole Sanatan Dharma was. So I always say this to people, that Sanatan Dharma or Hindu Dharma or Bharatiya culture is a designed culture. It has not happened by chance. It has been designed in a way to appeal to all different kinds of people. इसीलिए हम जब बोलते हैं कि why it has so much diversity, why does it have so many different traditions? Well, हमको ये पता चल गया था कि एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, तो सत्य यही है, you have to live with detachment, you rise above your senses, तभी आपको मोक्ष मिलेगा, ये सत्य है। यहाँ तक पहुँचने के अलग अलग मार्ग हैं, अलग अलग टेक्निक्स हैं, बहुत सारी अलग अलग टेक्निक्स हैं, अलग अलग लोगों की जोग्राफिकल रियलिटी, मेंटल रियलिटी, एजुकेशनल रियलिटी, सोशल रियलिटी, सबको कंसिडर करके अलग अलग सोसाइटीज़ अलग अलग तरीके से अपना ये सिस्टम डिज़ाइन करती हैं। कोई मंदिर में जाता है, कोई बस ध्यान साधना करता है, कोई किसी तरीके का व्रत रखता है, कोई उपवास करेगा। देयर आर सो मेनी डिफरेंट वेज, बट द गोल इज़ द सेम। सो डेटीज़ भी जो हैं उनका भी एक सिमिलर पर्पस है। एंड नाउ टू काइंड ऑफ सो हमने एक बार अभी फिलोसॉफी तो समझ लिया, ओके। When we understand the philosophy, then we will go into the iconography, ki why certain icons are designed in a certain way. So here is Vishnu Dharmottara Purana. So this is basically a Purana based just on the Indian arts. So यहाँ पे इसका importance दिया हुआ है। The importance of the third khanda of Vishnu Dharmottara for the study of fine arts in India is well known for its translation contains topics of arts including literature, drama, poetry, etc., 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 etc. I hope this text on Indian arts will be useful to students of Indian architecture. किसी के reference के लिए, this is how it looks. You can find this on archive.org. So we'll quickly go through this, what it is basically. So origin of image making. तो image making शुरू क्यों हुआ, ये यहाँ पे बताया गया है। ये मार्कंडेय ऋषि जो है, he is being asked the questions by different people all throughout, and he is answering. As noted in the introduction, the importance of Khanda 3 of Vishnu Dharmottara lies in incorporation of traditions regarding arts as they were practiced in ancient India. This information makes a good work on arts in interesting way. The subject of fine arts is introduced as an important subject of study. It is related to the primary urge of man seeking happiness here and hereafter and avoid pain. The whole work is a dialogue of ruler Vajra and sage Markandeya. The questions are raised by the ruler and answers are provided by the sage. They constitute the text in the tradition of Mahabharata, Puranas, Kathas, Sarita Sangra, Panchatantra and such type of literature. तो यहाँ पे वो क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं कि क्यों हम ये करते हैं. तो बेसिकली he says that it is for the happiness of man that we make a certain image. So what he says here, Markandeya emphasizes then the importance of building temples, particularly in the Kali age. In the former three ages, Krita, Treta and Dwapara, men were able to see God directly. But in the Kali age, men have lost that faculty. Therefore, they have to worship them, gods in an image. Even in former ages, when God was visible, men used to worship him in a particular image. So, a man of learning should worship a well formed Surupa image because it is to such an image that a deity becomes proximate. Anyway, he must avoid an image uncanonically made. मतलब आजकल हम देखते हैं कि मतलब गणेश चतुर्थी आती है, दुर्गा पूजा जब आती है तो कोई भी कुछ भी डिज़ाइन बना देते हैं, उसका वेपन्स निकाल देंगे, वो उसको सेक्युलराइज करने के लिए कुछ तो अजीब सा इमेज मेकिंग करेंगे. सो हियर ही मेंशंस कैटेगोरिकली दैट he must avoid to worship such images because just as we saw, हर एक जो हाथ में वेपन है, उसका जो पोजीशन है, जो पोज है, सब के पीछे कोई ना कोई तो एक डीपर फिलॉसफी आती है. It is a messaging tool. It is a communication device. The murti. It is trying to communicate a certain philosophy to you in a visual form. So आप जब उसको डिस्टॉर्ट करके उसको अजीब सा कोई तो स्वरूप दे देते हैं तो it is not good. An image of divinity has to be installed in a temple, and so temple building itself becomes a meritorious act. So यहाँ पे वो temple building के बारे में बोलते हैं. Thus, the social motive of seeking happiness here and the religious motive of hereafter, or rather the religious motive of seeking happiness here and hereafter, becomes a motive force in the development of arts. So arts is for happiness, is for bringing happiness to people. हैप्पीनेस का अर्थ यहाँ पे थोड़ा अलग हो सकता है. इट प्रॉब्ली इज नॉट हैप्पीनेस एज वी थिंक अबाउट इट. हैप्पीनेस मतलब हम सोचते हैं कि सेंसरी प्लेजर, बट दिस इज नॉट सेंसरी प्लेजर. दिस इज यूजिंग दैट इमेज टू कनेक्ट यू टू योर हायर कॉन्शियसनेस. जो आप योगा से करें किए होते, अगर योग योगा को फॉलो करके अगर आप कोई चीज़ करते तो उससे जो आपको सिद्धि मिलती, उससे जो आपको हैप्पीनेस मिलता था, अगर आप वो नहीं कर सकते तो इमेज मेकिंग इज योर वे ऑफ कनेक्टिंग टू द डिवाइन. हियर ही मेंशन्ड दैट in the former three ages, Krita, Treta and Dwapara. Basically, he means here that people in those times were more conscious. They were more in tune with the surroundings, with themselves. वो इतने अपने सेंसरी चीज़ों से ड्रिवन नहीं थे. दे वर नॉट इम्पल्सिव पीपल, दे वर प्रीटी कॉन्शियस पीपल. तो वो उनके कहने का मतलब है, व्हेन यू आर कॉन्शियस इट्स ईजियर टू, that is what they mean by connecting with God. Now this is my opinion, one can differ, but this is what I have experienced within myself when I did yoga, when I did those kinds of practices for a sustained period of time. मेरी जो पेन, प्लेजर्स, unnecessary की जो desires, all these started kind of washing off like you wash the dirt off something. So it happens in experience. When you do it, it happens. there's a social motive of seeking happiness here, and उस कारण के लिए architecture here and hereafter becomes a motive force in the development of the arts of image making and temple building, in other words, of sculpture and architecture. This tradition is amply corroborated by the monumental remains and history of architecture and sculpture in India. कोई भी sculpture देखिए आपको ये वहाँ पे यही मिलेगा. तो हम इसमें ज़्यादा नहीं जाएंगे. मैं जस्ट ओवरव्यू कर लेता हूँ. तो यहाँ पे ये बोलते हैं कि आर्ट्स सारे इंटर रिलेटेड हैं. इंटर रिलेटेड इन व्हाट सेंस? वेल, वो आगे जाके बोलते हैं कि कोई भी आर्ट जो होता है वो डांस से कनेक्टेड होता है. नृत्य, ये देखिए, द पोर्शन ऑफ द टेक्स्ट ऑफ विष्णु धर्मोत्तरा given in this volume describes such as arts, kavya, natya, gita, nritya, chitra, pratima, and prasada. There are other works also which treat these subjects as their own. Okay, मैं थोड़ा अभी ब्रेक ले रहा हूँ. Let me check if there are any questions because I'm just rambling along. Okay, no questions as of yet. Right. सो ये अलग अलग प्रकार के आर्ट फॉर्म्स हैं. तो आगे जाके ये बोलते हैं कि हाउ दीज डिफरेंट आर्ट फॉर्म्स आर कनेक्टेड. तो पेंटिंग, तो यहाँ पे पेंटिंग की पूरी प्रोसेस बताई गई है अलग अलग इसमें, अलग अलग चार्ट्स में. कोई भी जो हिंदू पैलेस होता था, पेंटिंग या आर्ट गैलरी उसकी एक क्रूशल पार्ट होता था उसके पैलेस का. तो ये अलग अलग एग्जाम्पल्स यहाँ पर दिया गया है. तो लेट्स जस्ट स्किप टू अध्याय 1. Okay, now this is an important part. If we bear in mind the interpretation and explanations of the various hetus given in the Pratima Lakshana portion of our text, we can understand the ethical and spiritual ideas expressed by those signs and symbols as well as their importance as expressing these values. This confirms the view that Sir John Marshall based upon the study of the remains of the Gupta art, namely that it was an attempt to embody spiritual ideas in terms, as well as his other remark, namely the vision of the Indian was bounded by the immortal rather than the mortal, by the finite rather than infinite, by the infinite rather than infinite. मतलब उनका ये कहना है कि ज़्यादातर हमारे इधर जो सिंबलिज्म है, जो आर्ट है, वो लिटरल सेंस में लिया जाने वाला नहीं था. वो सिंबलाइज करने वाला था इन्फिनाइट आइडियाज़ को, ऐसी आइडियाज़ जो हमेशा अमर रहती हैं, द आइडियाज़ दैट आर पार्ट ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर, दैट आर टाइमलेस. सनातन is a good word for it. A great importance has been attached to the symbols called hetus by Dr. A.K. Kumaraswamy in his monumental work, History of Indian and Indonesian Art. Yeah, now he asks a crucial question here. Vajra inquires of Markandeya as to why gods always hold out weapons. Of whom is he afraid? Who is the soul of all and who removes the fear even of the gods? Markandeya explains that these are not really weapons, but symbolically represent the great elements which Lord Hari bears. The conch on the hand of the god represents space. The disc symbolizes wind, the gada tejas, and the lotus water. When these main elements are abandoned by Hari, they become quickly scattered. So Hari keeps them together in himself. Vishnu is identified with the human soul, and when he leaves the body, all elements residing in the body becomes scattered. The world is supported by the elements when held together by God Vishnu. Their power of holding together is caused by him. This philosophical explanation constitutes the hetus of the images, their signs and symbols. तो यहाँ पे कहा जा रहा है कि जो तो वज्र मार्कंडेय को पूछते हैं कि ये देवताओं के हाथ में वेपन्स क्यों होता है, मतलब उनको किससे प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए, है ना, व्हाई डू दे नीड डिफेंस फ्रॉम समथिंग एल्स, वो तो ऑल पावरफुल है, राइट. देन मार्कंडेय आंसर दैट ये कोई वेपन्स है नहीं, ये प्रतीकात्मक चिन्ह है लार्जर आइडियाज के. जैसे शंख स्पेस को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, डिस्क जो मतलब चक्र जो होता है, चक्र वायु हवा को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, गदा तेजस सौंदर्य तेजस लाइट, लोटस वाटर, और ये मेन एलिमेंट्स जब ये सारे मेन एलिमेंट्स को हरि या फिर विष्णु जो एक फोर्स है वो पकड़े रखता है, एंड दिस फोर्स इज कॉल्ड विष्णु. When he leaves all these, when he lets go of all these things, everything becomes scattered and everything goes out of control. So this is what they mean here. In the preceding sections dealing with Chitra and Pratima, we had occasions to note various objects associated with different deities as also their hetus or significances, as this is an important aspect of Indian sculpture. It will be helpful if I treat the matter in a separate chapter by bringing together the material arising out of hetus scattered in various places. These various emblems can be classified under several heads: colors of the deities, limbs of the deities, apparel of the deities, weapons of the deities, various other objects associated with the deities, musical instruments, animals and birds and vahanas. These are all called hetus. Okay. यहाँ पे दिया हुआ गया है, एक 2-3 हम एग्जाम्पल पढ़ेंगे फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे. कलर्स ऑफ द डेटीज: व्हाइट महेश्वरा, वरुणा एंड धर्मा. द व्हाइटनेस ऑफ महेश्वरा represents prakriti, because prakriti, which means the absence of creation, is white, that is colorless. Varuna is said to be like the color of waters. The color of water is said to be both white, Sita, and dark, Asita, because the Vaidurya, like colors or color of waters, is, I can't read this, Ananya, I think it's, I don't know what it is. That is unnatural. Basically, it means unnatural. Vaidurya, like color of waters, is unnatural because the form of the sky is reflected in the waters. Its natural form is seen in a waterfall which resembles the rays of the moon. On account of predominance of sattva, dharma is white in color. Red, Agni and Aditya. Agni's color is red because he represents the Tejas, which is red. Aditya is red because he is the source of all luster. The parrot color. The earth goddess is of parrot color because she bears all kinds of herbs. So you understand, every color is meant to represent an idea. It is meant to, so it's like भाषा है. जैसे हमारी जो देवनागरी भाषा है उसमें हर एक जो शब्द है उसको एक साउंड एस्क्राइब किया गया हुआ है, या फिर उल्टा है, हर एक अलग अलग साउंड को एक सिंबल दिया गया है. अ का जो सिंबल है दैट रिप्रेजेंट्स दैट साउंड. सिमिलरली यहाँ पर कोई भी एक आइडिया है, कोई भी एक फिलोसॉफिकल या फिर फिजिकल चीज़ है, उसको मेटाफोरिकली रिप्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है थ्रू अ डिफरेंट ऑब्जेक्ट जो लौकिक दुनिया में हम जिससे रिलेट कर सकते हैं. जैसे ग्रीन कलर, व्हेन वी लुक एट ग्रीन वी नेचुरली relate it with trees, nature. When we look at blue, we naturally relate it with water, the sky. When we look at yellow color, we naturally relate it with the sun, with the sunlight, all those kind of things. Virupaksha is Kala, he's embodiment of darkness, therefore he's dark in color, he wears a black garment. Here you can understand the use of colors is also very particular. It's not by chance. It's not it's all it's all designed in a very conscious manner. It is designed to send a certain message. ये आज के टाइम में कम्युनिकेशन डिजाइन के प्रिंसिपल्स होते हैं. When you are marketing something, even while marketing, you will see that a lot of brands choose the color red, a lot of brands choose the color blue, and the justification for using those colors कि रेड कलर दूर से अटेंशन गैदर करता है. अब रेड कलर अटेंशन क्यों गैदर करता है? तो हमारा जो एक विसरल जो माइंड होता है, जो एक प्राइमल माइंड होता है, वो प्राइमल माइंड constantly tries to see what are the threats to it. And red, in our biology, we see red as the color of blood. We relate it with the color of blood. Whenever if we see that, we kind of get excited in different ways. So all the colors related to excitement are in red. So ये सब है. तो this is the color theory of ancient times. अगर कोई डिजाइनर हो आज के टाइम में, and he wants to cater to the Indian audiences, he wants to appeal to the Indian audiences, he can take this as an entire framework of color theory and use it in modern days. Face of Saraswati represents Savitri or Gayatri, most of all. Four faces of Brahma represents the four Vedas. ब्रह्मा जी के आप अगर देखेंगे तो चार मुंह होते हैं अलग अलग, तो वो चार वेदास हैं. फोर फेसेस ऑफ विष्णु रिप्रेजेंट स्ट्रेंथ, बला, नॉलेज, ज्ञान, sovereignty, ऐश्वर्य एंड एनर्जी. Strength is personified in Vasudeva, Jnana in Samkarshana, Aishwarya in Pradyumna, and Shakti in Aniruddha. So कोई फिजिकल क्वालिटी का पर्सोनिफिकेशन भी होता है अलग अलग देवताओं में. Four faces of Dharma represent Yajna, sacrifice, Satya, truth, tapas, austerity, dana, gift giving, all these different things. We can go on and on about this, but you get the idea that no visual in our murtis is by accident. It is not some primitive people doing some kind of weird things. They were very aware of what they were doing. They were consciously designing these murtis to represent certain ideas, and these ideas, these associations developed over time, over a long time. They recognized at that point कि इस चीज का इससे एसोसिएशन है. X represents Y, Y represents X, X can be used to represent that. So they use them as symbols. So this is the whole idea. We'll go forward. Page 45. Okay, where is the page 45? Now Vajra finally asks, "O sinless one, kindly tell me about the making of the form of deities, so that the inner form remains according to the Shastras." राजवीर ZX is asking, क्या हो रहा है यहाँ? वेल भाई, हम लोग भारतीय कला के पीछे के रहस्य को देख रहे हैं. यहाँ पे हमारे देवी देवताओं को डिज़ाइन कैसे किया गया है, कैसे कॉन्शियसली वो इमेजेस बनाई गई हैं हमको एक मैसेज देने के लिए. तो हम वही देख रहे हैं. कुछ ही देर में मैं ड्राइंग भी शुरू करूँगा, तो दिस लाइव विल गो ऑन फॉर एवर. सो प्लीज़ stay ready. So okay, So Vajra asks, "O sinless one, kindly tell me about the making of the form of gods." He who does not know the Chitra Sutram, canon of painting, very well, can never understand the characteristics of an image. Vajra inquires, "O progenitor of Bhrigu race, kindly explain to me very clearly the canon of painting, because one who knows the canon of painting knows the characters of images." It's very difficult to know the canon of painting without knowing the canon of dance. अभी ये इंटरडिपेंडेंसी की बात हम लोग ने की थी, तो इंटरडिपेंडेंसी इज बेसिकली दिस: painting cannot happen without knowing the canon of dance. And later he says that dance is difficult to be understood by one who does not know instrumental music. Without instrumental music, there cannot be dancing. So now he goes on to explain how there are different meters of sound, and साउंड की मीटर से कैसे रिदम्स बनती हैं, रिदम से कैसे प्रोपोर्शंस डिराइव किया जाता है, 1:2, 3:4, 5:6, ये सब अलग अलग प्रोपोर्शंस आपको डांस म्यूजिक से ही मिलता है. तो साउंड से प्रोपोर्शन मिलता है, दैट प्रोपोर्शन इज यूज्ड इन डांस टू कोरियोग्राफ अ सर्टेन डांस. तो डांस की जो मूवमेंट है दैट इज अलाइंड विद द म्यूजिक, द बीट्स ऑफ द म्यूजिक, and then those beats of music are captured by the artists who paint them, who take those images, and to denote a very specific story वो एक चित्र पेंट करते हैं. तो ये यहाँ पे दिया गया है. म्यूजिक मीनिंग क्या है, द मीटर्स, सिलेबल्स, इसमें मैं नहीं जाऊँगा, ये बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड टॉपिक है. अभी यहाँ पे ओके, लेट मी ड्रिंक सम वाटर. 1.5 घंटे से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, कोई देख भी नहीं रहा है शायद. बट आई एम एंजॉइंग दिस. I'm sorry, I'm not getting to the painting part. We'll get there. O king, the speech of the sons of sages, Rishi Putras, is not so clear. The utterance of a friend has hidden meanings which directs one in doing purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama, etc. They are in the form of orders and there is no selfish motive behind them. तो ये यहाँ पे बोलते हैं कि अलग अलग स्पीच जो होते हैं वो अलग अलग मीनिंग आते हैं. यहाँ पे वो एक्सप्लेन करते हैं कि सूत्र क्या होता है. तो इन वन लाइन विल सी द नोअर ऑफ सूत्रा फॉर्मूला. Say that in the sutra there are minimum syllables. It is unambiguous, full of essence, universal, without exception, astoba and faultless. तो यहाँ पे अलग अलग पूरा ब्रेक डाउन किया गया है कि how you can say very little, very a lot in very little sentences. तो ये कम्युनिकेशन थियरी है. आज के टाइम में ये बड़ी बड़ी फीस लेके कॉलेज में सिखाया जाता होगा, बट nobody can even touch what they have given here. So you can go through this later on. See, there are so many different things. I'll get old while explaining this. My beard might get white, might become gray by the time I'm finished explaining this. So I'm not going to explain everything. I'll just get straight to the point now, because it has been a long time. When the sun is in the, okay, this is not what I want. Okay, हाँ, अभी ये we'll get to the Devi part. So we saw the whole story of Devi and what she was meant to represent. The kind of Shakti that destroys ego, that destroys all kind of asuric tendencies. That kind of Shakti, if you have to visualize it, how will you do it? What are the visual rules that you will have to follow to depict that kind of intensity, that kind of energy? So in our Shastras, they follow certain pattern, they follow certain framework. First, it is the philosophy, the Puranic philosophy, whatever the story is behind that. Then, after the philosophy comes the numerical value. They derive a numerical value from uh, the whole narration, like 10 hands of the Devi. They represent the 10 gods, 10 different gods, and 10 different power of gods. So, certain numerical value like that is taken out. Then, based on Natya Shastra principles, there are different Natya Shastra principles. They are giving certain sentiments. So, those sentiments, in this particular there are 9 different sentiments which are called rasas. Now, these rasas you have to use based on what kind of emotion you want your drama to evoke. Now, a murti is a dramatic form. It evokes a certain drama. It is a graphical form. So, to denote that kind of emotion, you need a certain rasa. So, in this context, the rasa is the Raudra ras and the Veer ras. Raudra, in a sense, is to show the intensity, the courage, the fire of the Devi, her strength, her power. She should feel like fire, right? Second is the Veer ras. Veer means the glory. She is victorious. The victory brings a certain level of confidence. So her body language should evoke that virya. So if you want to show this form, then dance is basically the core of art, right? So what is the dance form? What is the dance pose that evokes this kind of form? So in this adhyaya, he talks about a certain pose. Where is that pose? Let me find it now. Only Makara artist is watching, I think. I hope you're enjoying. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, man. I'm all ears. Okay, let me find this 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 adhyaya where he explains the pose. Here he is explaining different names of each devata. Yeah, here he is explaining all the names. Okay, I think I'm not able to find it. Anyways, I'll tell you what exactly what I'm looking for. So basically, in a certain part, they explain that you want to express the Rudra Ras then you have to look at the different karanas. Now, karanas are something in Natya Shastra and Bharatanatyam people would know. They are different dance poses and postures, kari and karanas, based on a system of medium, sutras, measures, all these different kinds of things. They are kind of placed in a structure. Now, these poses are not random, they are designed in a geometric structure. So, I'll skip all this. There is a different measurement system of all this, and starts from different kinds of. It's basically a completely different measurement system. It's like one angula is as wide as a middle finger, and 12 angulas makes one tala. So that kind of thing. One tala is like a scale, 1 feet long scale. This is the kind of scale that our ancestors used to use. So when you go through all this, you see that there are different rules given of how to draw. There are different ideas given of what you must do. We will directly get on to the drawing part, and I'll explain that. Now, here they explain the Alinda pose. Where is the Alinda? Alinda, Alinda, Alinda. Yes, I think here is Alinda somewhere. Yes, Alida. The Mandala Sthana should be assumed in the use of weapons like a bow and a thunderbolt, riding of elephants and mimicking large birds. The presiding deity of this sthana is Indra. So, this sthana, this pose, this kind of pose, Alida pose, is usually used. This is the pose. This is that kind of pose that they are talking about. Said Durga. The image is standing in an Alida asana pose on a simple dais, holding her usual attributes in each hand. Now you can see here she has different kinds of things. So Alida pose is usually used if the right foot in the mandala position is moved sideways at 5 talas distance from the left foot is called the Alida. Alida should be assumed in all acts relating to the heroic and the furious sentiments Veera and Raudra Ras. So we talked about this. Duel of wrestlers, and in the representation of enemies, an attack on them, and release of missiles. The preceding deity is Rudra. So basically you get the idea. Alida is connected to that story in this way, that this is a specific pose that they have prescribed must be used to show a certain kind of effect, a certain kind of feeling. When you use this kind of pose, then that feeling is automatically transferred to the viewer. These postures are important from the point of Abhinaya, particularly particularly in the dance dramas depicting battle scenes. In such cases, the shooting of an arrow and releasing missiles and other actions are enacted in the Alida and Pratyalida posture. The interesting description is found about the 4 Nyayas in using weapons in the fights: Bharata, Sattva, Varsaganya, and Kaishika. These are called as Nyayas because the fights on the stage are regulated Nyante by the type of Angharas, and these Nyayas arising out of various karis the actor should walk about on the stage at the time of using the weapons. So I think we can move on from here. Basically, it was important to see that all these, the whole point of showing you all this is showing that the dance poses are arranged on a geometry. The number of the geometry comes from the philosophy. Some number is derived from the philosophy. That number is then turned into geometry, some geometrical form. Then that geometrical form is, now if you look at this star, the Shiva is fit into that star. The star is the main thing. Shiva is retrofitted into that. Okay, so this is the whole idea, that a geometry is derived and then the geometry is then converted into a visual. We'll do that now. So here we can see all this. Now, next part. Okay, so now we will start the painting finally after 1.5 hours. As let me check the chat. Okay, so I'm about to start the sketching of Devi based on all the discussions that we had, all the monologue, long monologue. Most people probably checked out of it. Now we get to the climax of the whole film, the actual making of the painting. So let me make my screen properly aligned. Okay, guys, so I will now choose white color. Okay, so first what we'll do is, let me take this mandala. Now this is called the mandala, right? I will take this as a reference point. Guys, sorry to keep you waiting. Starting now. I want to have this as a reference. Okay, so what we'll do is we will take this and we will draw this whole structure here. I'll take a square. Okay. Layer. So Krita is a bit different from Photoshop, which is why it does all this. We have to do all these kind of weird shenanigans to get things moving here. Yes, painting finally. I think you must have been bored by all the lecture, but it was important to get the point across. All right. So now we will need a different pencil. Okay. So we want to get a center of this. We want to hey, come on. We want to divide this square into 4 equal parts. Okay. So this way you can get its 4 equal parts. Those 4 equal parts get subdivided into 4 by 4 16 equal parts. So when you get the 16 equal parts, then you make the diagonal lines. All right. We get the diagonal lines like this. Then those diagonal lines are turned into a mandala. Okay, so we have our mandala here. Now we want to have the Alida pose. So I'll reduce this opacity in one group. Oh, okay, now I have to turn this off. Now what we'll do, if you can see here, the arms are basically aligned to these grids. The Alida pose is something like 5 hastas, 5 talas away from the distance between the 2 feet is of 5 talas. This is the center. Okay. Now in this kind of composition, the balance is a bit different. So this is the center line. This is called different. I don't remember the name of the line, but one leg will go here. Another leg will go here. this line. Now let me actually have the image of the Devi in front of me. So we basically want, there are different different amount of arms that uh, different references give her. So we will basically have, so one arm will be obviously be in Abhay Mudra. So each element will basically be stopping here in this circle. So 5 arms here, 5 arms here, and this one arm basically following the line. Now over here you will have the face of Mahishasur, and you will have her leg on his feet, on his face, on his neck. I need some more references to check the Alida pose. Alida pose, Bharatanatyam. So there are a lot of, yeah, this is something like the Alida pose. Yeah, you look at this. One leg is bent, another one is, Okay, so this is a terrible layer. Just so the rule is basically अरे यार shit, sorry guys. Hmm. So the center line is called the Brahma Sutra. So you can see here how particular angles are actually used to correctly map this image. So now we actually have to have the force on the right side. So we are kind of going into the Tribhanga pose because we want that much drama in our. Here I'm using this whole angle to give the direction to the Trishul. And this angle Here we will have the guy, the Mahishasur, and here we will show the tiger or the lion in some cases. Yeah, it's a lion, right? Lion from the Himalayas. Yeah, so she is facing this side, lion is on this side. Okay, so now this is the center. अभी यहाँ से सारे हाथ बाहर निकलेंगे. So we want 10 arms on each side. There are different arms in different versions of the murti, so we will use 10 because I want to show 10. So I will intersect this at different points in the composition. And get some references. Try. How many hands does she have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So many hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. This is a bit complicated. 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 5 6 7 8. 10 hands. Okay. So we are doing 10 hands. Okay. So we basically mapped out. हमने क्या किया, ये जो हमने ग्रिड बनाई है पीछे, उस ग्रिड के ऊपर हमने स्मजिंग कैसे शुरू हो गया। तो इस ग्रिड के ऊपर हमने इसको मैप किया है, और कुछ चीज़ें अभी थोड़ा और डायनामिक बनाने के लिए आई लाइक द एरो वर्जन। और ये पोज अच्छा है, क्योंकि अभी जब एरो का भी हम यूज़ करते हैं, राइट, तो उसका भी एक सिंबलिज्म आता है। उसका अर्थ ये होता है कि you have the ability to hold your strength and you can consciously let it go when you want to। एरो का वो अर्थ होता है जब हम कोई भी कॉम्पोजिशन में बो एंड एरो जब डालते हैं, तो उसका वो सिंबॉलिक अर्थ वो बन जाता है। दिस आई लाइक। अभी इसका जो ये फुट का जो एंड है, वो जब हेड के साथ आ जाता है, तो इट मेक्स इट अ बैलेंस्ड काइंड ऑफ कॉम्पोजिशन। तो अभी हम लोग ये सब हटा देते हैं, एंड वील जस्ट कीप व्हाट वी नीडेड। इसको भी थोड़ा लाइट कर देंगे। जस्ट ड्रॉ इट प्रॉपरली नाउ। अभी एक बार ये बेसिक ज्योमेट्री जब बन जाएगा, ये हम ये बेसिक इसका ज्योमेट्री बना लेते हैं। और let me choose a different pencil। Oh, the shortcut to rotating the canvas is Shift R to the right side and Shift left to the T. Shift left, Shift and T to the right side. I have customized this shortcut actually. This is not how you get it in the 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 original this thing. So we get this kind of strong momentum, and this is Veer Ras and Rudra Ras together. Now on her face we want to show like a calmness. Why is that? Is because what happens is when you are elevated spiritually, you are not attached to even the things that you do. I mean, you're not attached to the burning of these asuras. The reason being, because you're not attached to it, you can do all this with a very calm and stable mind. You can, like a surgeon basically tears the human body and removes what he has to and change what he has to. But to do that, he has to maintain his calm and cool. So it's something like that. या बहुत आराम से, बहुत शांति से जो भी वृत्तियां हैं आपके अंदर जिसे आपको हटाना है, उन वृत्तियों को आप एकदम शांति से हटा देंगे. तो व्हेन यू गेट शक्ति's strength, that is what happens. As you can see, we are now getting close to the form of the painting. And because we have the geometry, it becomes very easy to kind of map things with geometric precision. और उससे वो एक पेंटिंग को अलग ही एक मैथमेटिकल ये आ जाता है. तो अभी जब मैं ये हाथ बना रहा हूँ तो ये सारे हाथ में इस ज्योमेट्री को अलाइन करके बना रहा हूँ। जैसे अभी ये आर्क है, इस आर्क और इस आर्क के मर्जर से ये वाला हाथ बनता है। और इस हाथ को 3D में अपन कैसे बनाएंगे वो हम सोच सकते हैं। फिर ये आएगा, यहाँ पे ये जो इंटरसेक्शन है यहाँ से ये निकलेगा, एंड देन इट गोज हियर। सेम चीज़ यहाँ पे भी फॉलो करना है। अभी यहाँ से एक हाथ मुझे यहाँ पे अभय मुद्रा का डालना है, क्योंकि अभी हमने इसमें पढ़ा था कि वाइल शी इज किलिंग ऑल द डीमंस, सारे असुरों को वो मार रही हैं, जब एट द सेम टाइम शी इज ब्लेसिंग हर डिवोटीज, वो दिखाता है कि हर डिटैचमेंट टू द even the killing of the asuras. Even while destroying the asuras, she is equanimous in her head, and in her she has that idea of her devotees in her mind. That's the idea behind this. हाँ, यू कैन सी कैसे हमने इस सर्कल के अंदर सारे हाथों को फिट कर दिया है। नाउ विल मेक द, अभी मैं जो लाइन है इसको भी इसी डायरेक्शन के साथ अलाइन करना चाहता हूँ। लायन जो है वो पैशन का सिंबलिज्म है, ही इज द सिंबल ऑफ पैशन, एंड देवी उसके ऊपर बैठी है। तो उनका कहना ये है कि जब हम अपने कॉन्शियसनेस को उठा रहे होते हैं, वी आर बिकमिंग मोर एंड मोर कॉन्शियस, एट दैट पॉइंट you have to even control your passions, or the passions may eat you. But if you control your passion and direct them into the right direction, फिर those passion can become your greatest weapon. ये इस सिंबलिज्म का अर्थ है। अभी मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पर, मैं ऐसा दिखा रहा हूँ कि वो बफेलो के सर से बाहर निकल आ रहा है महिषासुर, और बफेलो का सर इसके मुंह में है, वो जो लायन है उसके मुंह में। That is what I'm trying to show here. Will take a bit of time to kind of clarify the composition fully, but essentially that's what. कहाँ कॉल करते? इसको थोड़ा और क्लीन अप करेंगे अभी। मुझे थोड़ा जो लाइन है What sleeping buffalo is? ओके, सो बफेलो तो मिल गया. बफेलो का स्ट्रक्चर, बीच में पेट बड़ा है. हाय. नहीं. Now in this context, what I'm trying to show is the passion rips out the head of the tamas, of the ego. That is the symbolism I'm trying to create here. The lion in this case is the passion, and he is ripping out the head of the buffalo, head of Mahishasur. One form of head of Mahishasur. And the other form is being taken care by Devi herself. हाँ, उसका मैं उसका आइडिया ऐसा है बफेलो का कि जो लायन है उसने उसका सर उखाड़ लिया है, जो मतलब महिषासुर मल्टीपल फॉर्म्स चेंज करता है अपने इसमें। तो वन ऑफ दोज फॉर्म्स इज हिज बफेलो फॉर्म, और बफेलो फॉर्म जो लायन है वो उखाड़ लेता है, उसके बाद उसका ट्रू फॉर्म बाहर आता है, विच इज देन फाइनली किल्ड बाय दुर्गा। अब ये इसके सर, इस एलिफेंट के, सॉरी, बफेलो के सेवर्ड हेड में से ये बाहर आ रहा है, महिषासुर का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है यहाँ से। तो वो उसका थिंकिंग है उसके पीछे का, कि यू हैव टू किल मल्टीपल हेड्स बिफोर यू कैन एक्चुअली फाइंड द रियल वन, जैसे हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया था। तो योर पैशन विल रिप आउट the tamas, your passion, your directed passion in towards a dharmic goal will kill the tamasic buffalo, and when you do that you will reveal the real problem. अरे यहाँ इनके सर में का जो मुकुट है उसमें मैं कीर्ति मुख बनाने वाला हूँ। Hydra is asking, is there any Hindu scriptures you know which tells how to build perfect body and all that? Perfect body in what sense? In physically, like fitness sense में बोल रहे हो? If you're asking in fitness sense, there are many. There is Malla Puran that you can check out. Malla Puran is basically Malla is basically, yeah, physical fitness. Then Malla Puran you can check out. You can find it on archive. MALLA. In that you will find all the diets and all the things related to fitness basically. Anytime. My pleasure. Ah, what am I doing? Thumb will be on this side. Well, yeah, people do buy art. I get commissions and everything. I've been doing this for quite some time now. So, and yeah, this kind of stuff will always get less views. There are more people today with Asuric tendencies than Sattvic ones. So, and, and who would sit through like two uh, 2 hours of an artwork that is basically very technical and very detailed? Nobody has that kind of patience today, man. Which is exactly why I'm doing this, because somebody has to do it, right? किसी को तो करना पड़ेगा ना. Yes. Administrative support. Wow, that would be nice. That would be indeed very nice. Although I am those kind of people who will not settle for mediocre things. So I'll keep on building this into something that is sustainable. Now you can see that power, that Veer and Rodra, both of them that we talked about earlier, now are very perfectly coming through, right? So all in all, the great thing to learn from this is that our ancestors were not some crazy people. These were essentially tools of making humans more conscious, getting them out of these tamasic, rajasic, and asuric kind of tendencies. Because once people get out of that, then there is nobody left to exploit, because people are free from addictions, and they're free from all the vices that can be used to manipulate them. That's the whole idea. But scriptures in themselves don't do anything other than making you aware of yourself. It is you who has to recognize that your thoughts are not good, and then try to not have them, or try to, you know, not fall for whatever your thoughts throw at you. The thoughts throw at you, because mind is like a running machine. It keeps on giving you weird thoughts and weird ideas. I'm saying, like, imagine your mind as two different parties, one of asuras and one of devas. Devas are basically the devas is basically the side which free you from all kinds of pain, which take you on a path where you find liberation from all kinds of pains, from all kinds of worries, from all kinds of tensions, and all those kinds of things. And the asuric side is the one that keeps on dragging you deep down into horrible places and makes you do horrible things. So idea is to channelize the Shakti within yourself, Devi Shakti, and that can only happen if you. It depends on you which path you want to take. You want to take the path of devotion, then you can do it through devotion. If you can, if you're very pragmatic, very intellectual kind of person, then you can take the path of uh, a good life, living a good lifestyle with doing yoga, all those kind of things. So there are different paths. Forgiveness comes from within. And in our culture, the gods are not somewhere out there, they are everywhere. They're even within you. You are part of them. They are a part of you. That's the whole point, right? Adi Bhautik, Adi Devik. Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. That's what they mean. Whatever there is, it is there outside, is the same thing within you. Our scriptures are not like these Abrahamic scriptures. They have these concepts of someone coming to save them and someone will take them to salvation and all those kinds of weird concepts, because they believed that they are born sinners. In our case, we are not born sinners. We each have the potential to transcend our inner Mahishasuras, channelize our Shakti, and realize that we ourselves are part of the big cosmos. We are not different from it. There is no difference. The only boundary is our own mind thinking that it is contained within the body. Only the bodily pleasures and bodily vices are the whole world. That's the thinking that we are trapped in. Once we realize that that is not everything, there is way more than that, then we are liberated from all these things. Then these asuras are lost. And these asuras are not anywhere outside, they are within us. Each one of us has these asuras. I will, after I'm done, whatever links I referred from today, I will add them in the description so you guys can go and check them out. Were Pratiharas descendants of Hansi? Sorry, man, I have no idea about this. This is too deep cut history, so I'm sorry. I don't know. You should ask that to the Ganda Birunda guy. He knows all this kind of stuff. How many members? Well, I think about 3, 4, probably. Some are on off, some are always there. I usually make artworks when I'm all alone, so it doesn't matter if there are only 2 or 3 people watching. It's more than one, right? More than being alone, so that's good. And someone is watching, right? If nobody is watching, maybe some divine power is watching. I don't know. I'm doing it for them. Now the sword. We didn't add the sword, right? Sword I'll add. The sword is basically, the sword is the symbolism of discrimination, like the intellect. Our intellect is like a knife. It divides things. Uh, it helps us break things down into different concepts and come up with different conclusions. So sword is basically a symbolic of that. So that is why the sword. If you can notice, we have maintained the circle that we were following. We have completely made the whole composition within that circle. The whole composition follows the circle boundary. That gives the composition a certain grounding within itself. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad to hear about the sister from Uzbekistan. Well, it's up to us to make people understand what Sanatan Dharma is, what our deities mean, what the meaning that they hold, so that they get out of these ignorance of these cults that exist in the world. Only then, I think Hindus as a whole, we have no sense of purpose in the world of today. Most of us wants to get some job, some government thing, which is fine, but what for? Like, what is your larger purpose in life? That is also important. And your larger purpose must be aligned with your skills, your capabilities. Okay, so we have the sword, we have the trishul. What else do we need? We have the hmm, hmm, I think I will add this, the Vajra. I have observed that when the painting starts to be more finished, that's when most of the people show up. That's when I get most of the views. Yep, I think this is it. This is the final composition. Let's just add the bow. Yeah, once we add the bow, then Yeah, we're now done with the composition part at least. Maybe I won't be able to paint this whole thing today, but I'll try. I'll see how much further we can go, because it's already 11, 10 minutes left, or 11 o'clock. I don't usually sleep this late, but time has its constraints. You can only do so much in a given time. Come on, guys, ask questions, ask questions. Don't sit quietly. Let's keep me awake. Sometimes I fall asleep while painting. As unlikely as it seems, sometimes it does happen. So she is a combination of Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. So she has the power, like we read earlier, that Vishnu holds all these different forces together in his hands, right? So she has the power of holding all these different forces together. She has the higher consciousness of Shiva. Like Shiva can be extremely calm, calculated. I don't know if he Hara Sarvottam, I don't know. He does know art. He does some kind of art. I don't know what kind of art that is, if he makes it by hand or something. He does some sculpture work, some wax sculpture he makes. Yeah, that I know. And he does provide us references, a lot of references of historical things. What's the last thing? I need one weapon. What should I add? Yeah. I will. I will most likely do the next live. Uh, Most likely, I'll do the next live on Thursday. Oh, sorry, Tuesday. Tuesday would probably be the next live. Even this week, I wanted to actually do this on the Tuesday, but हो नहीं पाया यार. करना तो था, but इसमें even this I feel is very incomplete. Like research बहुत चाहिए था इसमें भी, but वो इतना हो नहीं पाया. I hope to do that in the next one for sure. Hmm. I think yeah, looks pretty good now. Rakta Bij Asura. Okay. So I actually haven't read much into it as of yet. This itself took me a lot of time. Maybe we can do that next time, you know. I'll do some more research on Rakta Bij, and then we can explore that. I know the basic story, like he keeps on popping up again and again and again after killing him hundreds of times. I think he is like an metaphor for lust. Like lust is a kind of thing that very difficult to get rid of. That is like the final boss of all the vices. Because I've seen people around me who suffer from that a lot. Everyone does. It's not just someone around me. Everyone who is at least not in the addictive business. Were our arts of 15th century to 18th century inferior to Renaissance art of Europe? I wouldn't say that, because inferior in what sense? Like what they meant or the execution? Because European art was mostly art that was, if you leave the church murals and all those kind of things, then European art was mostly something that they used to sit somewhere and they used to kind of copy all the things. And both had different purposes. Like our art was very specifically designed for this purpose, what I'm doing like right now. Yeah, I said I will share the PDFs. If not the PDFs, I won't be able to share the PDF. You can find those PDFs on archive. You can note them down. One is Vishnu Dharmottara Puran. One is Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. This you can easily find on any online site. Okay, so I will be waiting till 11:30 and then I will finish this. By 11:30, I'm going to refine this sketch into something nice, something complete. So if you guys want to wait around till then, feel free to be here. Yeah, so European art was more about fulfilling the senses. It was about the senses. It was about to, it was to, but Indian art was always more than that. It was always way more layered than European art. Our art was meant to take us towards moksha, towards liberation from all the pain and suffering. Oh, I don't want to spoil you. Why would I tell you which the next video will be on? That is a good question. I don't know the Shastric answer to this, to be honest. Uh, my theory, though, is because probably women, females are way more sensitive, and they are very outward in how they express themselves. मतलब men are supposed to be more internalized. men का जो शक्ति होता है वो बहुत आंतरिक होता है. मतलब you find anyone advising any man on anything, and they will always tell them about self control and those kinds of things, and self improvement from the inside, all that stuff. Female energy is more outward, and it is more related towards creativity, and manifestation of things. That is why I think Shakti is uh, more related with females. Like I said, man, I'm also a student, not very well read into these things. Just started a few years, like 1 or 2 years since I got into all this. Brother is asking about Kashmiri folks. Well, where there is a will, there is a way. If they can be pushed out, they can also push themselves in, is what I feel. Just depends on the intent. If the Shakti within them rises and says that they want to finish all the Asuric ways of their homeland, then sure, why not? I think they can. Never say never. Yeah, intent and capability. If you have the intent, you must develop capability. If you have capability, you must develop intent, and things happen. And you need that patience and um, that resilience to go through things, you know. Well, somebody will. I will. I will put this up for sale when it's complete. I have just recently started selling printouts because now I feel like my art is that good that it's worth buying. Dharma needs artha, you know. All this equipment doesn't come cheap. Vastukala. Vastukala is architecture. If it's required, then yeah, of course. If there is some palace or something like that I have to make, then I have to. And if there is no option. This is how you have to be, right? When you're doing something, some good work for dharma, your mind has to be very cool and calm, but your actions have to be very intense and dynamic. That's the whole idea of this artwork. Calm in your heart and mind and your body, but your actions must be focused. And like the bow in her hands. Oh yeah, yeah. I actually lost a lot of weight recently. In last 6 months, lost about 15 kgs weight all at home by doing all home workouts. You can do that actually. That's not a problem. Gyms are terrible not because of the gym themselves, but the culture. Like we have been discussing for the last 2 hours about ego and how the ego about your body and all those things kind of distort your priorities. So that's what gyms are. Gyms are full of egotistical people just to trying to one up each other in the bodybuilding. So it's kind of not very useful because that gyms were built for a specific purpose of competing in bodybuilding competitions. It serves no purpose for the normal regular guy. Yeah, home workouts are good as long as you eat well. You can lose weight. And my trick of losing weight is not actually thinking about losing a weight. It's just to eat what keeps my mind calm. That's my strategy. If you eat to keep your energies in check, then you automatically will eat things not more than you need. Hey man, work with what you got. Don't worry about what you don't have. It's anyways not in your hands. Yeah, try to be insecure. Just live with what you got. Make the best of what you have. You know, as long as you have all your senses and at least you have hands, right? At least you have good body, healthy body. Doesn't matter about the height and everything. Most great people in the world were not that tall. A lot of great people. Uh, I mean, it's all about your capabilities, man. What you do with what you have. That's all it is about. Yes, yes, makra artist. That's the spirit. As long as you're breathing, as long as you have your hands and legs, you can do anything. अरे भाई, ऐसा मत बोलो यार। मैं भी कोई बहुत अच्छा नहीं था। मैंने बहुत प्रैक्टिस किया है, उसके बाद इधर आया हूँ। No, 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 no. Please don't think about all that. Keep drawing, keep drawing. You know, all these things are not really for beginners. This is all very complicated stuff. In our Shilpa Shastras also, they in the beginning they teach very basic you making. very basic shapes, like shapes like this. They just ask you to practice these kind of shapes, these kind of things, and just practice like this, make lines like this, make lines in one stroke. Don't do this kind of draw in one single line. These are basic practices that you can do. You just keep doing it like for 10-15 minutes. Ganpati and Mata idols, I have no problem with, unless they kind of completely miss their point and do all kinds of crazy stuff with them, completely messing up the iconography. If they are doing that, then I have some issues. But who am I to say, Who am I to tell them? They shouldn't mess with the iconography much. And in what sense I'm saying, like someone, during this recent Ganesh festival, I saw some Ganesh pandals had these Ganpati walking on tight ropes. Someone had Ganpati in some school uniform. That kind of stuff is annoying. Why do you do that? Why do you bring the Devata down to your level? You have to reach to their level, not bring them down to your level. That's the kind of stuff I don't like. Well, surprise, surprise. I am not Bengali. Yes, you guessed right. I am from Maharashtra. Oh, awesome. You're from Sita Mata's Nagari. Close to it, I think. Bihar, Mithila is not exactly that, right? There are four people watching. Who is the Who is the fourth one? Good night, Hydra. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Please come on next Tuesday. Even I'm gonna close now in 10 minutes. Yeah, sure. I will. All right. I think we will conclude now because it's already 11:30. So there is no point in staying beyond this. So I will stop this now. We will continue this painting most likely on Tuesday if everything goes right with my time, and we will finish it, color it, do everything on that by then. All right. Thank you for staying so long. I think we have, how much we have crossed? We have crossed about 2 hours, I think. I think about 2 hours, right? No, probably 3 hours, I think. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Makra Artist, Hydra, and who else commented? Dev in between. Yeah, we got 3 consistent viewers for the whole live, and thank you so much for you all. You got great patience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Namaskaram. Namaste.